Hello, welcome back. I am back from my vacation, so I have a lot more time again. Hello, Pigman Master. You're in another lobby. That is completely fine. I hope you're going to be enjoying playing. I'll be taking it a little bit more easier in the beginning, at least. And get on with some deviant grinds and stuff, unless you want to invite me, of course, in which case I'd be happy to join, but that is automatically for me a little bit of a different situation. So let me get half getting everything I need to set up after a week away from my setup. Okay. But hello, welcome. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday, everybody, especially Pikmin Master. And yeah, today a little bit of Generations Ultimate. Let me see, I do tend to forget half the stuff. Okay. All set up properly now. Okay, have a big list of stuff here. A lot of triple... more doubles on level 4. A lot more doubles on level 4. And then afterwards, it'll jump for some of these to the point that I, well, if I could find the time, ought to do some offline grinding. If I then can find the time for that, I am currently quite busy, and I just got busy a little bit more. Unfortunately, if I can't find the time for all of it, it's stream time that I'd need to be cutting back on. That's not exactly what I want to do, but currently it is then what I'd have to do. Still not sure what I should be hunting first. Let's go for number 1 on the list. Dread Queen Arathian. Let's have a quick look at the item box. There's some stuff going here, but at least for now it's looking all good. A bit hot though. Open a window here. The setup is able to pump a ton of heat into the room. I did forget one of the housekeeping things. How are the talismans looking? Melding pot, 5 more requests. I do want to get the vouchers down to single stack. Mostly because I don't care as much about them personally, but having some is nice in multiplayer, but on the other hand, they are taking away quite a bit of room. Yeah. Nothing in particularly interesting in the skill selection, so black belt it is. And then level 4, the Red Queen Arathian. Okay, fair enough starting point. I'd be rather quick with her. Let's not have Her Majesty waiting for too long, so... let's hurry over. Charge 1. Okay, we have one dead herbivore here. Okay. Happy to have it crashing down here. I'd be much happier had I had easier access to her tail, because I'm pretty sure it hasn't even cracked yet. There we go, that's the first crack. With a little bit... no, not even. Hello, welcome in, Raven. Hopefully you're having a lovely Sunday. Yeah, that is pretty much the best possible outcome. It is on the rare, risky side, so usually I tend to go for spirit slashes, which are short, like the one after the fall. Well, Sakura slash more than spirit slash in that case. Arathian is moving on. I'll be sharpening up, and I need to have a look at the paintballs when I'm getting back to base. I have a feeling that I am out of paintballs, so a round of combining seems to be in order. Arathian here. Hopefully he's going to come up. course. In a way, yes, it is odd. On the other hand, paintballs are not the most expensive of crafting. I did not expect that second one there. They're not the most expensive, so I don't mind having to combo them and then looking out to get the combo material back. It's a pretty painless procedure all in all. Buying them, yes, would still be more convenient, but okay. When are you going to let me stand up here? After she jumps out. Yes, I do agree that it is weird. It ought not to be a big point that at least for rich hunters the markets could ask a decent penny for paintballs if they were to do them themselves, but yeah. That is also true. Gunners have a huge set of items that they have to get in on a very regular basis, where Blade Masters have a lot less pressure. To a certain degree it does do that. The selection you can buy at the very beginning of the game, whereas if you hunter ranks in, there is a big difference there, but afterwards it does stop expanding once you have all the basics together, basically. Yeah, I have the feeling that they've always been struggling a little bit with the details of what is going to be crafted, what has to be crafted, what is a hunter be able to buy. I'm not sure. I'm not using dash juices personally, but can't you buy them for pocket points from time to time? So yeah, there's this whole balancing point where they try out stuff, change stuff. I think GU as Freedom Unite is in a pretty good spot, but it is not perfect. I don't think you can trade for screamers or stuff like that, so there are still things I'd be missing, and then of course dash juices or so for other people. But I think they did manage to do it pretty well. It's not all logical, i.e. why they're not selling the paintballs when they selling paint, bottle paint and paint ammunition. Okay, I get that one, because those are rewards for milestones and event quests, I think. So I do understand there being a certain exclusivity. But yeah, then you do have the armor fusion. And maybe you would want armor that looks like it. Them being rewards makes them a little bit different, so I do understand why, even if it is not necessarily has not necessarily been the best decision for everybody. And I do also understand that it does feel pretty random way to exclude them. True, but the Toka armor is only craftable and not it's not also gifted, if I remember correctly. I have not. Did I not go through with that? It looks like it. Let's go like this. Okay, I seemingly didn't write everything down last time. Yeah, I can absolutely understand that. But it is a gift in the end, so I also get that they are treated a bit especially, even though it's not what you'd want to be. So that's not a perfect situation, but at some point you do have to make choices that are imperfect, and that will remain imperfect, unfortunately. Okay. Let's go and do Dread King next. He is going to be one of the more annoying ones left. And then it's probably going to be the quest I have to do the most. Or the monster I need to hunt the most as I level up the deviants here. Yeah, I don't have any paintballs anymore. Combine, combo list. Okay. That also means that I need to bother Little Miss Forge to get her to send out a few more trading positions. Here the paint berry is already perfect. Organize via support, and then from the farm, the sap plants. Let's have enthusiastic palicos take care of that. That is fine. Provision division. More combo. Bloody hell. You go over there. And then 10 bomb casings and some flashbangs. To ensure I have enough against the Rathalos. Or the double Rathalos I have to fight. I already have eaten. Because I just had another reminder. I want to bring a Farcaster for this quest. Red King for... And on we go. Okay, basically perfect start. I do prefer being out of the area. Makes the beginning a little less hectic. You have some time to have a huge look around. I hope that kid gets some... Okay. I was thinking I had a good time to heal there. And I'm just hitting air. That's the big one. Of course. Okay. Okay, I'd rather take a wing first over the tail with Red King. But it wasn't to be. Okay, I have a shiny here. And I was able to pick it up. Stingerman, hello. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday and welcome in. Currently trying to break the wing here. Oh, bloody hell, Luca, you had to. That is good to hear. That is always good to hear. Okay. I need to chase this one because he decided not to do what was expected of him. I do need to turn my words around. Okay, that's an aggro crap already. Okay, I hope that was a wing crack. Very much looks like it, yes. And with that, I finally get the opportunities to do some more tail damage. Okay. That was a full landing right into the trap. Maybe need to send some thank yous here to Rathalos to have understood his commission this well. Okay, I was expecting that to be whiffing. But it had not. And that is actually quite nice here. And he is still... There we go. Exhausted as well. Exhausted monsters make for good prey. Well, but that can only carry you so far. Before they feel aggravated again. Let's see if he is going up to the top of the volcano immediately or if we have a chance of catching him. Okay. A chance we have. Okay. Okay, bloody hell, that was a fireball to the face together with the poison. That's... Oh no, that's not good. Okay, poison is off. Sheesh. Much better. Okay. Back where I feel confident. Of course, that gave him that time to decide to run. Yeah, I'm not going to keep him here. Okay, he didn't fly away immediately, which was what I was expecting. So, actually, really quite happy that despite my initial considerations, he did die in this area. Going to shorten the run back to the second one, flying in quite considerably. Okay, I do want to sharpen the weapon. That is going to attract the crabs. But so far so good. Okay. Quick to anger these Rathalos. Okay, we have a shock trap here. Let's see if he wants to come join us. Well, not exactly. Okay. This trap is not well positioned. Okay. Let's get the wings over the tail and the trap. Landing right on top of me. Well, that sequence did feel rather good. Okay. That's the wings cracked. Let's sharpen up again. And this time he is, I think, following the more traditional path. I'll have a quick steak. I don't mind 125 stamina, but only having a maximum of 100. It's not quite enough usually. Need to avoid the Bullfango as well. I do not want to become another ping pong ball. Kabroov. Okay, that's a crack on the tail. That's a crack on the other wing. I'm not complaining. And of course I'm getting grilled as soon as he has the opportunity to. Well, it seems that barbecue is back on Rathalos' menu. Let's see, can I get it here? Yes. Okay. The second one was on the wing, very good. Yeah. He's not enjoying his treatment. Let's see where he goes. It doesn't matter much for I have a Farcaster to get back home. Or at least back to camp and back home from camp. Okay, that's where the first one died. So let's get up there and let's get some more work done on him. Oh, that's not a good combo. Not that he was hungry for very long. For he ought not to be hungry any longer. Okay. Back to camp we go. We'll be picking up our... Why am I picking these up? I have no need for them. Okay. I'm going to just fill up the glasses after a quest well done. I just wish I had a few hundred more tickets. If you got exponentially more tickets as you're fighting the monster, that would be nice. That's level 2. I have no need anymore for level 2. Two more very good tickets. I'll be happy to immediately put into my armor upgrades here. Four and four, one more. Okay. Not sure exactly what I'll be taking next. If only I still remembered the drill tusk by heart. I think his big weakness is... Is it thunder? I'm not sure anymore. Drill tusk Tetsukabra. Water is his bigger weakness. So, Ta Mono wo Zakarai. Do we have anything good here? Not really anything good here. Well, I have a crazy lucky cat in combination with black belt. That's like a nudge nudge wink wink. I want you to take a crazy lucky cat by the game. Okay, fair enough. I'll take it. Drill tusk Tetsukabra. Ah. Well, that's why I was thinking thunder. Yeah, no. Mr. Fish Shark can just stay away, and then... But then again, Mr. Fish Shark is quite an oxymoron. A shark is a fish. Or a chordate. He's just not a bony fish. Request rife roast. Forgot to order some. And I've been using up those steaks at a quite rapid rate. More rapid than I actually thought. First off, Zamtrios, then Mr. Drill Tusk. Zamtrios in and of itself is not the most interesting of monsters. Let me get it like that. Base Zamtrios is nice. But he's nothing out of the extraordinary. Tiger Strike Zamtrios, on the other hand, that is fun. Tiger Strike Zamtrios is a ton of fun. But then he is smaller than normal Zamtrios, and I usually by far prefer smaller monsters. There are some exceptions, but overall I do tend to prefer the smaller variants. Okay, he is deflating once more. Okay. You need help with Bloodbath Diablos. Okay. Give me a second, I'll be finishing this quest. And you are already in a lobby. So let me know the details after the quest, Pikmin, please. Okay, we have a trap here. Come on. I'm not a fan of the bloody leeches. Melody, hello. How are you? Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Okay. I'll be there in a few minutes. I'll just finish this drill task here. That's tooth number 1. You just woke up. I hope you had a good night's sleep. That you managed, that you were able not to wake up too early on the Sunday morning. Okay. Okay, let me take a second. I do want to heal and sharpen up. With how much sharpness I have lost already, it's going to make for a much quicker hunt. Taking some time here. No, you did not hit me there. Okay, that's the second tooth. And Drill Tusk is pretty angry. Come on, I rolled out of that. Sakura slash into the toad. All the Zamite are getting in the way. And of course, now that they're all dead for a while, he immediately leaves. Oh, I did lose my hot drink effect. Didn't even notice it. I thought I had Ice Blight. Rolling, rolling, rolling. It's not what you're exactly supposed to do. And there we go. So, I'll be doing the carving, and then I'll be joining Pikmin Master and somebody else to hunt some bloodbath. That's going to be quite a bit of fun, yeah. Bloodbath, together with all of the other Diablos, is a very well-designed monster in that it has threats at every range without needing to have proper ranged attacks. It's a very, very clever design, and I'm happy they're still including it. Hello, hello, Tiraya. Just stopping to say hi before rejoining the bloodbath fun. Good enough? Hello, Tira. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday as well. From what I remember, I'm guessing you're up for a little while already. So, is Bloodbath weak against water? I think that was his weakness. And I am correct. Connect, search by ID. There we go. So hello everybody. No idea where the keyboard is again. Hello, Tira. Bloodbath G1. I will need to have some meal here. Yeah, nothing special. Yeah, it is going fine, and I'm happy to be joining you. So, do I need something else? We're talking about, yeah, no, that should be enough. So, let's go pull this bloodbath apart. Okay. Bloodbath hasn't seen anybody yet. Whoops, that's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go up here. Although through camp would also have been quick. Very nice. Well done, Tira. You get that charge. Tail broken. Well, that was a risk. Okay. That is half a tail gone. I'm not sure whether he no, he doesn't want to stay, which isn't unsurprising after the beating we gave him. Okay. Okay, nice paralyzed. Here we go. Bloodbath down. Okay, let's carve this one into pieces here as well. Yeah, that is absolutely understandable. That's currently something I am also working on. I just haven't quite worked my way up to Bloodbath at the moment. Yeah, for people with a good setup like we have, it can go pretty quickly. He has surprisingly little health for his attack on this level here. Not to say he's a pushover, but he is. He is quite okay when you get his health down quickly. Okay, need to take a look at that more exactly. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, I am basically more up for anything. But I'd like to see what we're getting before committing myself to a meal. I have too much life powder. Do, 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 do. That is the chest piece. 1 out of 5. That reminds me, I do want to get the steaks in, and that means more roast here. Oh, the whole set looks sick. If you need more tickets, let's go hunting. He, though, is the one... He is the EX I am dreading to fight solo. Everybody else, I feel like, yeah, okay, that's going to be working out, but... Bloodbath EX solo seems like it's going to be very, very not easy. Nothing much. You completed the village yesterday. Oh, congrats on completing the village. No, sorry. I'm not quite carrying everything yet. There we go. Basically have a few more quests I need to set down to get them done. Which I might have already done had I not started my quest to get a lot of different deviant arms and armor. Which has been a lot more time consuming than I should have expected it, but I didn't really look at it objectively, and so yeah, it does feel we do indeed both use a long sword. It's been my weapon of choice ever since Freedom Unite. And seriously, I really don't regret it. It's a terribly fun weapon. Okay. have everybody come back up. Okay. Fortunate, but Insurer is active. Are you running away or... Okay, you are running away. Okay, let's hurry up and help out. That was my last life powder. Okay, tail is off. Here we go. Okay, bloody hell. Okay, second mount, very nice. Okay, that's a horn gone. Or split. Okay. He is getting down there again this time. I barely saw it on the map before he died. Okay. So far so nice. We'll be getting a nice horn from here. I didn't find the first one too bad. I think you might be getting used to it. But he did go pretty well, yes. Some more horns coins, some more tickets. Okay, I do need to keep an eye on the talisman melding stuff. I probably at one point have to take some housekeeping to it. How are we looking? Yeah, we're done. Handicraft +5, but nothing else. That is unfortunate. Sharpener +9. Sharpener is not that necessary. Okay, Link, Tira, you're taking a break or switching character? I'm not sure. And then go back to registered. That is absolutely fine if you're feeling cold. Do get yourself a blanket or under a blanket and rest. We're playing for fun, not for other stuff, so if you can't have fun, then there is a good time to stop. No shame with that. I need to do some more housekeeping. That's a helmet. That's a new helmet, I see. Voucher, we're probably going for another bloodbath. What do we have? I don't mind bringing weakener. Yeah, no. Missing something, even though I haven't needed it. I do want to be safe on this. Well, hello. That was not what I was expecting. That's fine though. Let me heal up this damage. There we go. Kimley, hello. How are you? I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. I need to heal up a little bit away from this. Mr. Desdar. Yeah, no. Desdar is fine. Okay. That'll be 5 answers. Well, 5 answers per game. For there is not a singular best elemental weapon, since part of being the best elemental weapon is being the element the monster is weakest against. So that is a big consideration that you have to take. Oh, okay. On one hand, definitely bow, or, well, the gun lances are very good at it too. If you want to do it with a melee weapon, bloody hell, I'm not looking. Of course, I run right into it. Lances, I am less clear about. Yeah. After that series, I am not going to complain. So yeah, Lances. Enjoy your pizza. It's probably pizza. Who? I'd much prefer myself sword and shield or dual blades to proc poison or stun, because you have so many more attacks. If that is important, you get the stun in a lot quicker. Lances, again, I'd say the highest value is good to have. Sharpness is always good. Yeah, I don't mind you mounting. Okay. Okay, still haven't gotten the tail. Whoops. Dang it, that is unfortunate. Yeah, he's charging himself. No, he's not charging himself up. Yeah. Yeah, the mounts were very useful. Absolutely. Yeah, it is something that is just not in my normal... I know you can get it for sure, but I... Where am I? No. Don't worry about it, Tira. We could use a fourth one, but I do think if I... yeah. I felt it went pretty good until his blast phase. Although I did get carted once, so maybe I shouldn't be talking too loudly with that. No, that was later though. That was in his last phase. Yeah, I'm not sure more traps help though. Oops, I did forget something. I do need to have some more roast prepared for me. I want to try something. Where are my screamers? Okay, I do have a little bit of a collection. Okay, that's good. That is absolutely fine. Most of the grind I am currently doing cold, and thank you for stopping by. I am doing in high rank at the moment because, well, a lot of the equipment is still on level 4 right now, or getting up to level 4, so... And I don't mind doing it solo if you don't have time, so don't worry about it. I might be helping Mark out with some more other deviant stuff left and right when you have to leave. Blankets are very magical, aren't they? Okay. Let's get over to Mr. Diablos. Let's take the right exit, not the wrong one. I do need to regen some stamina. Yeah, which is the most convenient heat source for blankets, and modern tech is surprisingly efficient at creating stuff that doesn't let body heat escape anymore. We are lucky to be living when we do. There is a lot of times when people did not have the luck of having a good blanket. Now, why did I even try? He or she is angry. I think it was a black Diablos originally, and only females get the black coloration. Okay, that is not what I wanted to do. But it is helpful, so I don't mind having a trap here. Despite it not exactly being what I wanted to do. Okay, Mark, you might want to take a mega potion. Okay. I'll get myself a little bit more health here. Okay. Get some distance to heal up here. That is not looking great. Okay, for whom are you coming? Okay. Running away the other direction. Whoops, I did not paint her. Okay, just need to keep this up and we'll be victorious. Sheesh. Okay, we're getting a big bounce again here. Probably on me? Yes. Whoops. Okay, Mark, you're very aggressive. Unfortunately, with unupgraded Diablo's armor, that's not... It seems like not the most easy decision here, because in this case she is very painful. Unfortunate, but then again, it is Bloodbath. Veggie Elder golden ticket, very happy. And a normal one. Let's bring a little bit more again. No immediate. Flinching might not be the best, but I'll take it. I only get the courage, I don't get the skill I was eating for. What will we be hunting? We're 4 again, and hunting horn means I need to stay clear of the head, or I should be able to do that. Okay. It's a bit risque going in your bathing attire, but Chair is pretty... I'm pretty sure she knows what she's doing, or he knows what he's doing. You don't know. Oh, hello, Angry Chair. Hello, welcome in. You don't know what you're doing. Well, in that case, you'll be in for a treat. Let's see how well the run goes. As long as we're having fun, that's, for me, always the most important part. Well, I haven't played with Chair yet, so that's the time to be silly. Well, later on as well, but in that case, the person immediately knows that you're not being serious. But I do maintain that the most important part is having fun. That reminds me, I have something I'd like to do after the quest. Not sure what Mark is looking at. Maybe he is taking a quick break. There we go. That's another focus, and let's see. But it ought to be a little bit easier now that we have 4 people again. Well, that is good to know. Yeah, but I do not doubt Chair's ability. So I'm going to just go in and do my best, and we'll see about the outcome. Whoops, sorry for hitting the mic there. Oh yeah, that's very useful. Okay. I am back home now, yes, Tira. My home setup is a lot better than the setup I had during the vacation. And the seating arrangement is a lot more comfortable actually as well. Yeah, I was traveling yesterday, that is why I did not stream yesterday. I'm pretty sure that's a tail track. Okay, we have some additional supplies coming in. Okay. completely screwed up the timing there. Thanks for the heal. Okay. Still more earplugs. Mark. Okay. Okay. Quite an angry Diablos. Okay, I'll take the chance to heal up. Very nice. Okay. Okay, pretty sure we're not getting the tail this time. I'll be sharpening before jumping down the well. A little bit of cold, fresh air before stepping back into the roiling heat of the desert. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, exactly. She's asleep. Absolutely. Wake her up. And that is Bloodbath defeated again. Okay. What the... That is one tough Vespoid. Yeah. Now that I've seen Chair Hunt, I feel absolutely that I need to concur with Tira. You are quite a strong hunter. Okay. I'm not getting the tail case, which is fine. It'll be one of the pieces I'll go fetch. It'll be one of the pieces I'll go fetch afterwards. Yeah, I'm going to put one in. Anything here? At least without strings attached. Not really. I'll be taking Lambda and Black Belt then. Okay. Not exactly sure what is going on today, but I'm not getting... the skills as well as I tend to get them, at least. I'm wondering whether I'll just have a bit of an unlucky day or whether my skill luck has run out. I am guessing for an unlucky day. Okay, music. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm guessing we're having more explosive Diablos coming up. Enjoy your banana. Mark apparently is switching weapons. Yeah, there is... I do hope that we're not going to be losing the normal... Well, the banana that has become normal. There is a little bit of trouble with the Panama sickness again. And we already lost quite a delicious strain. It was a lot of work. I hope you didn't have any muscle aches the other day. But congratulations on that effort. And that just reminded me of something. That is fair enough, but it was still an effort for you, and that is very good. There we go. Nodding along here made me unable to accept a guild card. Yeah, that is maybe not exactly what you'd like, but don't worry about it. If you find the time to do it more often, it'll get easier with time, and at least as far as I understand, in the US and most shops you don't have to bag your own groceries. Which, to a degree, is absolutely weird to me, because I do want to bag them myself so I know where what is. But for you, in that situation, that would have been an advantage. Yeah, sitting down and having something to eat could very well, sitting down already is useful in most cases, and having a little bit to eat is also useful for dizzy spells. As far as I know. Again, I am not a doctor, don't quote me on anything. Okay, yeah, I see. It wasn't fun, that's understandable. But you still did it, you got through it, and that is already worth a lot. Yeah, that is absolutely understandable, and I'm not... Don't want to cause a scene. Rightfully so. No matter how other people see it, pushing yourself, even if it is even if other people think of it as a small thing, is very much worthy of praise. So, well done on that yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? It was Friday, wasn't it? So the day before yesterday. Yeah, I was streaming Friday and you did tell me about it, so... The day before yesterday. So you got up quite early that day, if I remember correctly? And then you went to bed after shopping, I'll be guessing. If you only stayed up for about 12 hours. So you got up at 1 AM and you went to bed again about 1. Okay. So a little bit longer. But yeah. Good. Well done for pushing yourself a little bit on Friday. With time, it will absolutely get easier. Okay, I'm already signed on to a quest. And I have the equipment I want to bring. Yeah, I am... with the popularity especially of the more short form media, the shorts on YouTube and TikTok and the clips you see on Twitter and so on. There are a lot of people that, for my opinion at least, present easy solutions to complicated problems without being either wanting or being able to consider the complexity of the problem in and of itself. I've seen people where they're just like, yeah, no, it's easy, you just need to do it, and yeah, no, you're not being reasonable there. That's not necessarily bad for the views. For here it doesn't matter so much whence the view comes from. Okay, absolutely worked that timing. Punched about a little bit here. Can you just get off? Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. But which then is good if you are walking, even if it's a little bit more. Everybody needs to start somewhere, and picking up DoorDash at the driveway is not a bad start, I'd say. Okay. If you now keep it up, you'll be quickly getting somewhere. It's surprising how little effort some things really need. Okay, that was a quick run off here for Diablos. I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. Okay. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, let's get... Okay. Now I just need to repeat on the horn. That is absolutely fine. Okay, that's the other horn broken off. Okay. Looking not too bad. Diablos is escaping. That is absolutely okay. I'll be taking the opportunity to ensure maximal sharpness when getting back into the same area as Diablos, and yeah, looking fine else. Not sure if Colt still has more bombs. But I'll be waiting on him. There we go. I think this is the 4th bloodbath now. Thank you for the attack boost to get this bloody Vespoid. Surprisingly, it did not go into pieces. How warm is it then outside? How cold is it outside? I know that it is pretty cold here as well. 31, 32 is freezing point if I remember correctly. Yeah, okay, that's quite cold. Let me have a look. How warm is it here? That's a little bit. It's quite a bit warmer. Cold. Hello, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. I'll be guessing that means you'll be going off. You did say that you had something to do at some time, and I think that is coming up in about 20 minutes if I'm not mistaken. So thank you very much for entrusting your community with me, and I'll be yeah. Thank you very much. You'll be heading off too. That is absolutely fair. Chair, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for hunting.
Angry Chair is now
it's been
following.
a lot of fun. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I don't mind what you want to go on with. I'll be happy to keep hunting basically whatever. That is absolutely fine. Do take care of yourself. I know how it is after a stream. It can be very tiring, so do take care of yourself and make sure that you'll be ready for whatever you wanted to do. Okay, I still have not gotten here, but I have 8 tickets. That is something I think a lot of people would be excited for. It is something absolutely delicious after all. So that is unfortunate. What do you still need for as pieces? Because if you do not need the bloodbath material, we could have a look at fetching it from the normal one. Hammer doesn't have anything. It's the lance. And then for Cortex, is it Bloodbath Cortex or is it normal Diablos Cortex? Insect glaive. I'm also missing the tail case plus normal. Then I think it would be a lot more effective to go hunt the normal Diablos rather than Bloodbath. In which case I'll be bringing a few more sonic bombs. And I'll be doing some arranging here. With this all being bloodbath stuff. It all goes to the end. Yes, exactly. That is from normal Diablos. The normal Cortexes, he'll be or she'll be dropping too.
Slam Iron is now following.
Exactly, Tira. The Grimhorn is the bloodbath cut from the horn. And Slamairon, thank you very much for the follow. It is very much appreciated. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for joining. Thank you for following. And I hope you're having a good Sunday. And Pikmin. Oh, there's a lot here. Okay. One posture check. One hydrate. Nihon wa hanashimasu kara. まあ、私の日本語はそんなにいいんじゃない？あ、メガネはまあちょっとだけどいいだよ。それはまあそうだね。ピクミンはたくさん意地悪。今日はカプチャー、ディアブロスか。はい、いいんだよ。その名前は日本の名前じゃないです。 でも日本の名前を今覚えてない。それはこのトラップはいいんだよ。2人は大丈夫と4ボール。私、この映画すごく好きだよ。この映画は古いのポケの映画です。紫の映画じゃないですよ。それは、この言葉は私は忘れてもしかしたらじゃないだよ。でも、これは、Okay, I am not speaking fluent Japanese. I'm speaking okay-ish. My grammar does leave something to be desired, but それじゃあ、何の中の語は勉強しいだよ。たくさんの話するはすごく練習です。でも私は今そんなにたくさん話せてないだよ。と私は私は本当に簡単じゃないだよ。それはそうだよ。日本語は、3回の、たくさんの言葉は、わからないと忘れたりする。でも、あるは漢字、ひらがなとカタカナ。ひらがなは104、6? なんとなくは、本当にこれは今難しいです。言葉は本当にわからない。パスコードはちょっと待って。1236と1236。まだもう1分です。それじゃあ、はい、ごめんなさい。もうちょっと待ってする。多分スタマイロの、もうすぐジョイン多分する。 Well, congratulations on understanding that. That's already significant. And again, you do need to start learning a language somewhere, and also the 5 minutes are up, so understanding me should be easier again, and I should have less issues left and right with not knowing words and so on. Okay, gnadenlos heute. Alle Sprachen werden vorgenommen. Deutsch nun ist aber eine Sprache, die ich deutlich besser beherrsche und viel weniger Probleme mit dem Vokabular oder der Grammatik habe. So. Ich glaube, er sollte in diesem großen Bereich zu finden sein. Genau, da ist unser Ziel, beziehungsweise unser Opfer, je nachdem, wie man das ausdrücken möchte. Ich hatte allerdings gesagt 10 Minuten für die Brille. Das heißt, da muss ich noch etwas länger warten, bis ich die wieder anziehen darf. Das bedeutet, dass ich ein paar Sichtprobleme in den Details habe. Zum Glück ist meine Sehschwäche nicht so ausgeprägt, dass ich überhaupt nichts mehr sehen würde. Aber den Text zu lesen ist bereits etwas anstrengender als ohne Brille. Und hier bin ich mir sehr sicher, dass Diablos der richtige deutsche Name ist. Danke für die Hilfe. Der Herr oder die Dame hier ist dann doch recht aufgeregt. Oh, oh, okay. Das ist das erste gebrochene Horn. Und ich habe ich habe schon bereits zusätzliche, oder jemand hat zusätzliche Farbe am Monster angebracht. Wo ich ein Auge drauf behalten muss, da wir dieses Monster fangen müssen. Den Schwanz abzuschneiden wäre von großem Vorteil. Weiß ich aber nicht sicher, ob wir das Ziel erreichen können. Naja, doch sollten wir. Diablos ist im Normalfall nicht so anhängend an seinem Schwanz, wie manche Drachen das wären. Okay, einfach nur Knöpfe zu drücken macht wenig Sinn. Das erlaubte mir, die Schwertfarbe zu erhalten. Und jetzt müssen wir nur noch ein Horn hier abbrechen. Okay. So laut wir jetzt Lärm machen, hätte das keinen Effekt gehabt. Könnte sein, dass er sich beruhigt hat. Jetzt ja. Lasse die Lanze dahin. And that is a second time up for the German-speaking part here. I am not sure whom of you had been or is in the also German speaker had understood me there. Okay, that's both horns gone. Now we only need to weaken her or him enough that we'll be able to capture them. And blood. Okay. She is to capture. Nope. Dang it. Okay, I'll go get the tail. But our target is absolutely weakened enough. Tail case plus. Very good. I'll need a few more. Okay. With that, the glasses time is also coming up. Et maintenant, il me faudra parler français. Des langues primaires que je parle, c'est la langue que je parle le moins pour le moment, donc donnez-moi un moment pour réactiver la totalité du vocabulaire. En plus que le français a bien un vocabulaire très distinct et ouais, distinct. Laissons-le à ça. Comme c'est pas peut-être difficile à deviner, j'ai déjà oublié un mot que je voulais utiliser ou que je pense à utiliser, mais si je m'en rappelle pas, c'est difficile de l'utiliser. Et Pikmin, ça c'est pas nécessairement le cas. ce qui est sûr que c'est le diablos noir, ça c'est une femelle, mais on n'a pas la même certitude avec le diablos normal. Il pourrait être mâle ou femelle. On n'a pas les données nécessaires pour en être sûr. Wow. Encore un cortex. Je t'aime pas, c'est... Kimli, désolé, j'en suis pas sur ce que tu veux dire. Ne te fais pas trop la tête, l'orthographie française est diabolique, avec beaucoup d'exceptions et de changements de lettres qui sont très difficiles à deviner, mais disons-le comme ça. Et je pense qu'on aurait encore un autre... Donne-moi une seconde. Il se pourrait... Dessert, non. Avoir des renvois, je pense pas. Désolé, peut-être que j'en suis spécialement non accessible aujourd'hui, mais désolé Kimli, je n'ai pas encore compris. Ça c'est normal, donc il faut pas... Ah. Je vais alors prolonger un petit peu pour bien. Quelques-uns d'entre vous ont raté jusqu'à 1 minute et demie de et ben, l'aimant, il n'arrive pas aussi vite que je l'aimerais. Est-ce que j'ai mangé quelque chose? Il se pourrait bien que pas encore. J'aimerais plutôt pas répéter cette expérience, donc me voilà bien rempli l'estomac. And with that, we have the time up for the French as well. black and yellow Jinuga. Okay, fair enough if the others are up for it, but... yeah, okay, let me get through all the requests here. I'll be redeeming your points in that case. But I'm not quite clear at Jinuga for the next time, if you want to request it. That might not be the English name for the monster. I'm not entirely... well, yeah, a little bit with the crest and so on. I see it. I see what you mean. I might know him, but I might not know him under that name. There we go. Okay. Okay. That is now a lot easier. No, that is absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. I absolutely know how it is to be multilingual, and sometimes you just can't remember a name or a word in a specific language, and you have it sitting on your tongue in another language, but it's not the language you need right now, so absolutely don't worry about it. Okay, I'm happy to have the charge here. Well, that one came unfortunately a little bit late. Okay, and instead of crashing into the stone, he decided to get rid of it entirely. Yes, Black Zinogre is Stygian. Oh. Yeah. Stygian is a very good Zinogre variant, but it is unfortunately not in the game. Sorry, I didn't immediately see that. That sometimes happens during quests. Thank you for telling me. Also, machen wir Blitze bei euch weiter. Irgendwie überrascht es mich nicht, dass man als Totalität durchbrochen hat, muss einen Beweis stellen. Und ja, den Stygian Zinogre als leider nicht an diesem Spiel noch dran. Es hat mich gefreut, wann das der Fall gewesen wäre. Ich hoffe immer noch, ob ein Spiel mit der Mechanik vom Generationsspiel hier mit allen guten Monster, die jemals von Capcom gewiesen wurden. Okay, das war unglücklich. Helfen wir hier aus, da das man nicht direkt abgefallen ist. Ich hätte direkt auf dem Total gehen. Zu einem gewissen Grad kann das durchaus der Fall sein. Dadurch, dass ich bereits Französisch schwätzen möchte, sagt, für mich steckt mir einfach für andere frankophonen Sprachen zu verstehen. Natürlich auch weiter germanisch Sprache, wie Holländisch. Also das ist aber immer, dass es auffällt, dass es nicht etwas, was den 1 zu 1 kann überholen. Ja, du hast auf jeden Fall ein ganz größeren Austausch zwischen den ganzen Sprachen. War das natürlich auch nicht, dann möchte das wir, dass ich immer rumfahren. Okay, die zwei hier machen noch ganz große Probleme. Ja, das war weiterhin unglücklich. So ist das Original. Du hast das Original. Lebt das fort. Ja, okay, da können wir mal als Nummer 2 rein. Ich hoffe, ich komme auf Jell. Nicht getroffen. I do want Powder. Das war nicht. Das hatte ich so so ein. Mir gewünscht, an Streamen Englisch zu schwätzen, als schon relativ stark. Oh, okay. Zum Glück bin ich nur keine Sterne gesehen, da hat keine Base ausgehauen. Okay, unglücklich. Das war leider ein bisschen zu aggressiv. Wir können aber gern diese Quest oder den anderen Henke gern probieren. Sobald zwei Monster in einem Gebiet gleichzeitig zu bekämpfen sind, ist natürlich durch eine gewisse Migrationsproblematik vorhanden, weil ihn schwer auf die zwei kann gleichzeitig aufpassen. Da ist an der Tod relativ unglücklich gegangen. Wie von allem, solange wir Spaß haben, ist das wie immer das Wichtigste. War das nicht unbedingt das, was ich wollte. And with that, I can speak English again. So we went through the entirety of the languages I know. Naja, anscheinend dann doch nicht. Pigmin möchte, dass ich so viele Sprachen wie möglich spreche und möglichst wenig Englisch spreche. Das sind dann weitere 5 Minuten Deutsch. Ja, ist verständlich. Und jetzt ist mir in den Kopf gekommen, was ich dann vergessen habe. Falle und die Schlafbomben. Wäre es nochmal der doppelte Quest gewesen, hätte ich dieses Mal versucht dran zu denken, für Stinkbomben mitzubringen. Könnte man Dungbomben... Ja, Dung ist schon ein deutscher Ausdruck für tierische Ausscheidungen, aber das weiß ich jetzt nicht, ob das unbedingt als Dungbombe dann verwendbar ist. Stinkbombe, glaube ich, passt da doch einiges besser. Also es ist auf jeden Fall möglich, das Wort zusammenzustellen. Ich bin mir jetzt nur nicht sicher, ob das tatsächlich der beste deutsche Ausdruck dafür wäre oder ob Stinkbombe nicht das doch besser ausdrückt. Das war ein großer Knall hier. Mit Feuerwerk und Lichtspektakel. Und das ist definitiv ein gebrochenes Horn. Das könnte dann sowohl das zweite schon sein. Ja. Ein verständlicher Wutausbruch. Hoffentlich bin ich jetzt nicht im Weg. Okay, das habe ich mich fast verpasst. Nein, hat er sich noch nicht beruhigt, wäre die Lärmbombe auch sinnfrei gewesen. Und ich wurde mal wieder in ein anderes Gebiet gekegelt. Nicht, dass ich mich viel darüber beschweren muss. Okay, wir hatten nur ein Horn im Moment gebrochen. Das war überwiegend unspektakulär. Ich hatte gehofft, damit den Schwanz stark zu verletzen, hoffentlich abzuschneiden. Okay, ich bin zum Glück unter dem Flügel durch. Okay, back to English. The 5 minutes again are up. Okay. I'd still like to get that tail. Also, would not be unhappy with an additional color charge. Okay. There is the tail at least. Und noch mehr Deutsch. Okay. So gerne ich es auch mache, ich weiß, dass der Großteil meiner Zuschauer das Chat hauptsächlich in Englisch versteht. Das heißt, damit zu übertreiben. Naja, im Moment ist es okay. Es ist jetzt einmalig. Habe ich doch. Ich habe meine Materialien schon bereits aus dem Schwanz herausgeschnitten. Das Monster ist leider immer noch nicht für zu fangen. Okay, jetzt. Inwiefern steht es um meine Erinnerung? Ja. Hätte man können loslaufen. So, noch ein paar. Ich sehe die Falle jetzt leider nicht. Oh, das könnte eine dumme Idee gewesen sein. Oder auch nicht. Also es hat auf jeden Fall geklappt. Die Falle ist nicht kaputt gegangen. Ich habe aber nicht die notwendigen Schlafbälle werfen. Zum Glück hat Slum... Soll ich jetzt als Englisch oder Deutsch ausspreche, hat Slamiron können eingreifen da. Sonst wäre es knapp geworden, nehme ich an. Ja. So. Das ist nochmal eine ganz nette Belohnung. Ich hoffe, dass Pikmin den Cortex, den er gesucht hat, bekommt. Und wir hatten einen Glavenus im Gebiet. Das wundert mich nicht. Das ist ein instabiler Quest. Und Glavenus ist dann doch eines der Monster, die man regelmäßig hier antreffen kann. Und Glavenus ist doch auch ein sehr schönes Monster zu bekämpfen. Ja, überraschenderweise muss ich heute viel Deutsch... Ja, doch, ich muss viel Deutsch sprechen. Nicht, dass ich es nicht mag, aber ich wollte trotzdem meine Streamsprache versuchen, auf Englisch zu behalten. Habe ich die Sachen bekommen, die ich für die 2 Schwerter brauche? Ich finde es jetzt nicht so schlimm, dass man mir Beileid aussprechen muss. Deutsch ist schon eine meiner mehr gesprochenen Sprachen. Lass mich auf der Tabelle schauen. Wo sind wir gerade dran? Okay, das nächste wäre... Wie heißt dieses... Ich habe... Von manchen Sachen habe ich keine Ahnung, wie die Aussprache ist. Oder wie der englische Name dazu lautet. Aber die leichte Armbrust ist noch drin. Die habe ich schon. Und den Bogen habe ich auch. Dann fehlt tatsächlich nur noch diese eine Waffe. And we have a timer. I think I'm going to put a bit of a moratorium on the languages, at least for this stream. I know it's a lot of fun for you. That's why the redeems are there, but I'd ask you not to overdo it too much, for I am not quite aware of how many people speak different languages, especially since a lot of the languages I speak are more exclusive to one another. Few people speak all, I'll say 5, even though I personally don't quite consider Japanese a language I properly speak yet. If it were now Spanish, Italian, Portuguese and French, that is something, and English, that is something that a lot more people have an understanding of together. So, while I'm absolutely fine with you redeeming them, I'd prefer it not being too much of a spam, please. So, if you do have another quest you want to go on, feel free. I hope you got the cortex you were looking for. I do think you have all the parts now. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's have some fun with Giant Piñata. I wished they had brought back Shengaoren as well. Let's be safe here. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's a great song. Yamatsukami too, indeed. Although, feel free to disagree, I do miss Shengaoren more than I miss Yamatsukami. I'd like both, but out of the two, Shengaoren is the one I miss the most. Lao Shenlong is absolutely... Oh, sorry, Shengaoren, you meant Gaoren. Yeah. Gaoren is cool. The West Point Queen... I like the quest, because you can kill so many Vespoids and then a queen. Yeah. And while I haven't played Freedom Unite on stream for a while. I do consider myself still playing Freedom Unite, so I'm not going to say former Unite player here. We'll agree to disagree on that point. I've gone over it on stream a few times. I do think that Capcom and the Monster Hunter team did their absolute best they could have done for the underwater combat, but it's not great. They had to fight with the limitations of the controller and everything, even having a gyroscopic effect on the... Did it also release on Wii? I'm not sure about that. The underwater combat, unfortunately, is not Capcom's finest. They did do their best, but I am not happy for it not to be included here. But that is an opinion. If you are missing it, then absolutely. Those two might indeed be the two. Although I don't know. Ranged weapons would also be pretty good. Oh, that is absolutely something you had to do. If you didn't do that, yeah, no. Some things should not have been generalized to every game like that. It's cool that the Wii was able to do some of the things. Okay, I haven't eaten again. But the movement controls for Monster Hunter was something that absolutely should not have been included. Try 3U is the one that I have the least experience with from the Monster Hunters released after Freedom Unite, and I didn't immediately go for it. I am not sure if that is something I would... Well, it depends on how he has set it up. I'm not exactly sure. But getting back to try 3U, it's the one I played the least, and once I tried it only... not on a really original hardware, so... some of the idiosyncrasies were not something I had to comply with. But I do remain that while the underwater combat is the best they could have done, my experience in other games with the same amount of degrees of freedom in movement doesn't make me unhappy that it hasn't been included. And in that case, Tira, I think you'll be happily served in basically every Monster Hunter game ever. I think the hammer was always included, if I remember correctly at least. Okay, I'll leave the head to you. I'll go mistreat his stomach a little bit here. Not something I would be doing in freedom, but some of the boxes have become a lot more generous. That it is. It's also a terrifically strong weapon if you've mastered it. Ouch. Okay, let's get out from under him. That has now been a little bit less healthy than I was hoping for. Okay, Dragonator is in the... well, okay. If you want to, that is absolutely fine by me. I'd be happy to let you do that. But that is in the second area. Was it that slam that got me last time? Possibly. Oh, the hammer is tons of fun, but its reach is its main drawback for me. I'd like a weapon with quite a bit of reach and it being fast. Longsword is basically perfect for me. Okay, Lao is smashing his head in against the wall. Absolutely fair. The hammer is a hammer can attack very fast. I did not, if that was how it came about, that's not exactly what I wanted to say. The hammer can be very fast. It is mainly the reach I do not enjoy on the hammer. I prefer a weapon with more reach. Yeah. There are a lot of things where you get locked into the animations. Whoops, sorry. Like the slash, like the last combo. Yeah. It is about knowing when you need to take a look at it. When to do it. Charging as well has some risks. Okay, fair enough. Can I? Okay. Do you not like Lao Shenlong, or what's your issue here, Raven? Please, if you were to tell me that you don't like him, I'd be absolutely fair. He is possibly in a quiet taste. I do enjoy him very much. Okay, I see what you mean. That indeed would be a little bit of a bother. Okay, whoops. Another slam here. Yeah, he is pretty easy. He is also a lot of fun, in my opinion. I do enjoy hitting on the big piñata from time to time. And he is... Okay, a little bit of story time. He is a lot of fun with the correct bow. In Freedom Unite, as a double team, I think it was bow and bow gun, or double bow. We managed to... Okay, some more context. In Freedom Unite, for those who don't know, this area had a lot more... the approach had a lot more areas. You had 4 approach areas, and you had the last area, which similar to today is where the actual fort is. So okay, let me get out from here. I do need to heal up a little bit here. And he was not supposed to die in the first 4 areas, but only in the last area. And I'm pretty sure it was double bow. We managed to stun lock him in area 4 from one of the ranged towers, shooting at his limbs so much that he constantly fell down, got back up, fell down again, and then in his death teleported over. We haven't sat down since to recreate it, but it is very big memory for us, killing him when we ought not to have been able to. Let me get some work done on the leg here. We had the first one coming down with a bridge. You had the short area with the wooden gate at the end. You had the 4th area with another bridge. you had the last area. Yes, okay, you had the one area you could, with a bow, shoot him at, where the video at the time played, and you had the... and you had the camp, so... technically, yes, okay. But you basically had 5 areas you could really fight him in. 3 for Blade Masters. Okay, and we're supposed to follow him into area 2. Come on, take your step. I do want this charge before you leave. Let's sharpen up. And I did bring some rations. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not exactly sure where. That was also supposed to be the case in Freedom Unite, but that one quest had a bug where when you stopped him in an area... So, what happened, if I remember correctly, was that he regenerated health between areas, and if you managed to basically keep him long enough and deal enough damage, he'd die. Nowadays, with mods, you can do more, of course. Chair, welcome back to the hub. It'll be a few more minutes before Lao is dead. Need to be careful when the others are on his back. Wouldn't want him to flinch too much then. Enjoy your pizza, Tira. Okay, I'm hitting a lot of air now. And that is that punched in. Does that speed him up? Okay, I wasn't aware of that. I am so used to the old one where you'd need to wait minutes to be able to get to get the last chance off. I much prefer just hitting him all the time as if he were big pinata, and every time I hit him, candy came out. And that is a habit that is still here. Mark, you can get ready for the Dragonite, eh? He is getting over there. And that speeds up his movement. Ooh, okay. No need to hurry, because he'll be at the Dragonator very soon. Yeah, he is big, and the slams, he does have a huge... They cover a very big area, so... Oh, yeah, okay, in that case you did get slammed along. Silver Lake, hello, welcome in. Hope you are having a great Sunday as well. Not sure if he wants to rear up. There we go. Let's have him get close to the Dragonator. I'll have my ration. That was a very good hit. And that was terribly weird. Oh, well, do you want to go again? Yeah, from the angle I did see that he was standing on air for some reason. Or maybe that was just because of the angle and him coming down, it looked like it. But yeah, that was unfortunate. Yeah, that is... Because he is so big and his hitboxes are so large, that is something he can do. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I hope you don't mind the wait, because he'll take a while to get there. Yeah, Tira is right. I forgot about it, but yeah, there are the cannons, demolishes, ballistas. So there's stuff you can do. Just yeah. Um, if you don't know him, it might feel not quite. You know, might not. Bloody hell! I am falling over my own words here. No, no worries, Pigman. Don't. Yeah. But so is he. I don't know if I killed him, but I did beat Event Lao at least once before. Or I beat the quest at least once before. Since beating him would entail that I have killed him. At least in my mind. Okay. If you want to do your walkies upright, I don't mind. Okay. Keep sliding off into the earthquakes of his walking. Okay, that was my bloody fault. Okay, and here we go. Let's come fight up a little bit closer to the head. For I do want to set up a Sakura Slash here to be able to deal max damage. Okay, that was a break. Him flinching hard. Shall I try to keep this foot busy? Well, maybe it'd be a better idea to keep the weapon sharp. Okay, the top armor is still too tough. That's a slam. Okay. He is. Oops, sorry. He's still not happy being a big monster. Getting slammed here. Okay. And that is what happens if you put too much damage onto your foot. Okay, angle not quite right. Better than I was afraid of. Okay, another big crash. And with that bounce, of course, I'll be taking a lot of damage. Yeah. Okay, I did not plan on getting pulled along here. Do you want to move on? It looks a lot more like a slam against the wall. Okay, I did want to heal up. For down here you get walked over quite a bit. Big scream, everything is still looking fine, so the damage has not spread very far yet. Okay, I'm not sure how much of the Demolisher hit, unfortunately. Hello, welcome in. You're still not remembering a password, that is unfortunate. He is absolutely killable. Oh, and you were talking to Last Raven, but yeah, no. He is an absolute pinata, even in the event quest. Although the damage he does do is quite a bit more serious. Just as a curiosity, Kat, what would you call... What is a suboptimal build, in your opinion? Okay, come on. You had a build with Wex. Okay, you need to clarify that for me. What is Wex? I have not heard of that in particular before. I think I'll go take a nap before we move the areas. Okay, weakness exploit. I do have a lot of time, but I'm mostly a solo player, and I'm not all that well versed in abbreviations and so on. So If I am not aware of what an abbreviation means, I'll be sure to ask, so assume and then I'll ask. Understandable. I'd absolutely use Dragon Pierce against him. But then again, that my suggestions might not necessarily be the most optimal meta. But yeah, at least for me it makes sense not to use raw. I very rarely use raw damage in the first place. I do prefer to bring elemental weapons, extending to bows and bow guns. Although it is much easier to find a bowgun that at least has an element over bows. Bows are much more elemental specific. Fair, I haven't done the calculations. But I also never had big issues bringing elemental weapons, so the game hasn't been like, no, we can't do that. To the point, actually, that I do feel a little bit... if I am facing a single monster and I'm not bringing a corresponding elemental weapon, I do feel always a little bit weird about it, as if I'm doing something wrong. So yeah, you managed to beat him handily still, which does require some talent, but also in my opinion, he is but a huge fun piñata. Okay, he's teleporting. Okay, fair enough. But you would have been able to finish the quest nevertheless. Well, it's maybe not the most impressive thing, but you managed to do it, and that is How shall I put it? I do think that people forget to praise themselves even for smaller things. It may not be like the most impressive display of skill, but you did do it, so that is, in my opinion, still worth something. Uh-oh. Yeah. Couldn't evade out of that one. Yeah. I need to do a lot of practice for sub 10 on an EX solo. Seriously though, I am wondering, is that even possible to do solo under 10 minutes? Fair enough, then probably not with my standard skill set though. That is absolutely fair enough. Well, maybe it is a goal once I have every EX soloed. But that is my first goal, to get solos in. Yeah, I can imagine that he does feel annoyingly spongy. But you need very good time on target, and that is something I am not on one hand not optimizing for, and secondly I think the skills I am using on the armor as well as the adept is not the fastest. Is it because Red Helm and Snow Baron tend to move around a lot more? Yeah, that is absolutely proof of a good game, though. That's a pretty decent time. Or at least it's what I would consider a very decent time. I managed to beat Snow Baron already in about 44 minutes. I think it took me to beat him. And I was terrifically happy about when I managed to beat him. He was very tanky. The second one I was going for, but I haven't managed to beat yet, was Nightcloak. He would have been quite a faster time though. Well, yeah, I do not know the trick, and I also am not a hunter that very often is using... I'm not using the entire arsenal of items. I rarely bring traps, except those put down by my cat. I rarely prepare for the contingency of being carted. That is something that is much more exclusive to multiplayer for me. Or specific monsters where I do know that the chances of being carted are high enough. They are not. Okay. I was saying with the trick, since I do not know the trick, it's also not something I really would want to use. I feel much more comfortable just bringing some minimum of preparing for to a minimal degree. Nice, got a you got a mantle as well. Very happy for you there. Tesla was very kind on Heavenlies, or on Mantle, sorry. Okay, I do know that when he does the Genki Dama, you can throw the Sonic Bomb to stun him. I didn't know that when he's angry, a Flash Bomb would do the same. I am absolutely going to be eating Anti-Thunder. Which is very handy, because if we're doing Fatalis, that's probably going to be the last quest for my stream today. Do I need anything else? He is a very good monster anyway. I do know that it is not necessarily the best of comparisons, but a bow was rather overkill for them in Freedom Unite. I am pretty happy though that I sat down to do him longsword in the later games. Yeah, I can also bring some demon drugs, but not really seeing the need for something else at the moment. Yeah, that's fair enough. looked over the various long swords to see. You weren't expecting Ice Longsword on Rust Razor? Yeah, that's fair enough. We'll have... some concentrating to do. Need something else. Okay, insurance is good. I do have the extra heal. That is not wrong, but ice always felt a bit meh as far as elemental longswords go. Yeah, I'll bring a Farcaster as well. Yeah, his longsword does have has a ton of purple sharpness, very good attack. As a deviant weapon, it refills the gauge a lot faster. So if you're going for a pure raw damage weapon, it makes a lot of sense. For that to be part of the main I'm not sure if I'm remembering the weapon correctly then. I thought it had. Purple sharpness, maxed out just by itself. Okay, it doesn't have a lot of purple on its own. Then I am completely misremembering that, and it might be... might just have come up because I do see... when I do see it, it does have this huge purple bar. But then again, yeah, I do have sharpness +2 as a default. Okay, fair enough. I was not a... well, maybe I should have been more aware of it. Okay, big slam. Yeah, it is something in GU. There is a ton of weapons I'm really happy that they have this weapon variety. But yeah, and then if you have a certain playstyle, like, oh bloody hell, like having sharpness +2 as a standard, then that does put a bit of a learning curve if you come off it. Yeah, that would something to be absolutely necessary. Oh, he is an armor mode. No wonder I am unable to cut through. Yeah, my issue with Mind's Eye is that while, yes, it allows you to never bounce off a monster, you won't be dealing a lot of damage if you hadn't been cutting through naturally, if I remember it correctly. Yeah, Kanto has hugely strong weapons with very much an ongoing issue of sharpness. Okay, I was not aware of that. Then again, I think I've taken out the charge blade once or twice in grand total. Okay, I didn't bring the mini whetstones, that's fine. Okay, it's hard for me to say. In Freedom Unite, I definitely call that. Yikes. Yeah, let's do it like that. There are more max potions, or there were more max potions in the box. Well, now we know it is, in that configuration, not blockable. Do you want him to come over here? Oh. Okay, that was the wrong item. Okay. That is very reasonable. I mainly use Akanto for lower level monsters I just want to go have some fun with. Okay. Yeah, you got a big ball. Okay, that's a mount. Okay, let's try again for the Dragonator. Okay, not perfect, but it was a hit. Okay, having all coatings, or the state access to all the status coatings, does make for a nice bow, but I do share your surprise that it had been on Grimclaw set specifically. unfortunate. Don't worry about it. He is... Well, you could say that. But he is a very good final boss here. And now you have a bit more experience with him. That is how it goes. A lot of these monsters you do need to run ahead a few times before you really... Yeah, sure, I should still have time for the easy version. This was a bit quicker than than I was anticipating. There we go. Rummaging around in all of the sets. That is fair. Take a bit of time. If I'm going over a little bit, that is not too bad today. Well, I'm gearing up to become able to gun him. If I could get my set from Freedom Unite ported over, yeah, I'll do it. But right now, like this, I won't be any good as a gunner. Although, with the easier one, I do not think that is going to be as critical. Yeah, let's take this. Do you want to accept him, Pikmin Master, or do you prefer one of us accept the quest? In this case, insurance, if you can get it. Okay, I'll take it then. Insurance isn't bad, but I don't mind. Well, no. I'm very rarely in a position to eat for insurer if I go with my normal stuff. Let's bring these as well. I did forget to drink them last time though. This is pure nostalgia music, honestly, for me at least. Yeah. Luckily you can choose your theme here, but it's such a throwback. We spent so many hours in that guild hall. deciding on the next quest, sometimes just fooling around. Yeah. I think Freedom 2, Freedom Unite in general had a ton of great tracks. It's the last time I've heard in-game one of my favorite tracks, and I do think that has not gotten enough love in the last decade by Capcom. Which is a bit of a shame. I mean, the Hunter Go Forth, it's a really good one, I think on par with A Proof of a Hero, and I haven't heard it since. That is... It would have been kind of cool if the quest giver changed with the song choice. That could have been cool, but it would have taken away from the pub aesthetic here. Having these two as the face of the pub, so to say. I absolutely see where you're going to, but I am not sure if that is the... if that would have been better than this. It's hard to say. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, Raven. That would definitely be cool. Yeah, you convinced me. But Slam Iron did... I don't think Freedom Unite ever got an iOS release. Nor did Freedom Unite have online service. It was peer-to... or like console-to-console only. Fair enough. It's just that I never heard of that release. I thought it was a PSP exclusive. Okay. Once we're ready, let's get to slaying the dragon. Okay, that is actually cool. Fair. Fair. I'm not sure I agree immediately, but Giginox... come crashing down. Because I do enjoy Kezu as well, so... And not having had the wealth of Giginox experience of others, since he hasn't come back since 3-3U. That is absolutely fair. That is that's completely valid, and if that is your preference, then that is your preference. It is just not necessarily also my preference. Whoops. Cool. I have not worn much Giginox armor myself. I've worn it a little bit in 4-4U. Okay, that is... Okay, I was expecting that to be coming straight for me. And he'll be coming on. One of the reasons I do enjoy the game as much as I do, and I am happy for all the features and options it gives, is because while I might not, for example, play Charge Blade or really play anything else at the moment than Adept Longsword, that doesn't mean that other people can't enjoy other things. And having options is a very good idea. So uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bloody hell, okay. Happy to have survived that. I need to get to do some serious healing though now. Oh, that was very unfortunate. Okay. Not risking it. Here he comes. Crash. Is he... Okay. We have a repeat here. A little bit surprising. Hope he's not getting himself stuck somewhere. Okay, next time I'll be trying to go for the wings, which look still decidedly unbroken. Okay. Did something happen? I wonder. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised here myself. I hope it is just an internet disconnect rather than anything else, which would be unfortunate and a little bit annoying, but it wouldn't be anything worse at least. Yeah, come on. And yes, Slamiron, you are correct. We need to get into the Dragonator. Angry again. I'm wondering how far along. We are. I do remember that in Freedom Unite, at least, that didn't matter much. You just fought him for about, well, pretty much 25 minutes, and if you did it right, he'd be flying off or be dead by then. Made it in a way a lot easier since you usually didn't have any time pressures. Doing the damage to have him fly away was not all that bad. Oh, that's annoying. I'm sorry for you, Pikmin. Pikmin Master, that is. That's very unfortunate. Need to write a strongly worded letter to your ISP, what they are doing. Restarting internet. Yeah, but there's not much that could have been done then. Well, no, there's actually nothing that could have been done. Yeah, it's not your last chance for, well, it was the last quest I'm going to play today, but stop by next week again. I'll be happy to help you out a lot more. But I understand the frustration. That is absolutely something fair. Yeah. I actually do miss the... Was it a feature? Yeah, it was a feature where monsters, elder dragons, would run away. But not only elder dragons. You had Garuga could run off during battle when he had decided that he had had enough. Okay, I did not see exactly how big that one was. And it is something I am missing. On the other hand, yeah, you did have to clear a quest 3 or 4 times before getting the rewards. Before getting the kill. You'd always have rewards, but a kill reward would of course be a lot more generous. Okay. Yeah, again, I am sorry for you missing this, but I'll be happy to go hunt another one and more next week. For today, though, for everybody, chat, thank you all very much for joining me. Thank you very much for watching. It is all very much appreciated. I'll be needing to end the stream now, though. Let's have a quick look. And as always, recommendations are welcome. I think my worst is about... yeah, thanks a lot for the hunts. I think my worst is like 4 times. But yeah, you'd have to do that. That is something that you need to do. So let's have a look for good raid targets. That's not Monster Hunter. Again, there's a lot of Japanese right now. Okay, there are a few people here, but not much for Monster Hunter, at least for Generations. Let's have a look. For others maybe, but... might... Chi bonus is playing Shadow of the Colossus. There is some stuff about... Oh, there's Muzu doing his first Nuzlocke. There's... But also owing a snake boss, but okay, he's playing Dead by Daylight, that's... Again, if you have suggestions, I'm open. I might seriously be going with Muzu today. Yeah, I think I will. Well, I don't really want to move to Japan. It is just that currently the other gen streams do seem to be all in Japanese, or Chinese at least. One seemed to be in Chinese, the others in Japanese. And while Japan is very nice to visit, it is also not the easiest place to live in. If you get about with the people and everything, it's going to be a great place, but they will be quite different from American and European perspective. They have quite a bit of a different perspective, which informs quite a bit of the rest. So we decided on a raid target, so I'm going to do a quick schedule announcement. Slamarian, sorry, don't worry about it. You're playing Gunlands, you're having fun. It happens. And seriously, I tend to have a great old fun when hammers or greatswords just toss me about. It's another possibility to get a mount, and it is just... for me, it adds to the chaos on a 4-player hunt, where everybody's just trying to get to the best position and just slamming into it. For me, it's a big part of the game and a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't mind if you... And me as well, I was tipping people over regularly. That is part of the game, part of the chaos, part of the fun. For me. And it's just what happens. So I did want to go through the schedule for next week. Since I am back home, it's going to be a full week again. So tomorrow, I'll be starting a new game plus on Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor Overclocked. I'll be playing through the main part of the story again, with the hindsight of everything we've learned on or seen on stream in the first run, and then that will be Monday and Friday from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time. Thursday, I'll be playing more Supreme Commander. I hope that technically it holds up better than last time, although that is a bit of a toss-up. Just because of the kind of game it is. So that'll be Thursday from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Time. I'll get to it. 1 second, please. And next weekend, I'll be playing Monster Hunter again, probably starting out both days on Generations Ultimate. I'm trying to come up with a better phrase than open for travel, because I was traveling last time, but not in Monster Hunter, so maybe I can come up with something better, but yeah. I also don't mind showcasing older games or other games. Except Wilds at the moment. I'm not going to stream Wilds because it's just not working right. So, Generations Ultimate on the weekend, and both Saturday and Sunday are going to be from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time. As for Japanese, the reason why it's doubly expensive is that I do not consider myself fluent in it. I do know that it may sound like that, but I am absolutely not fluent. Whereas the other languages I am fluent in, and that is why it's a bit more expensive. And also, I do not want to do... I'm not even sure that would work out right. It is quite touchy on PC, unfortunately. I'm still hoping that they're going to fix it. I do want to do some more stuff, but I want to give it another shot. I didn't like the story very much, but yeah. It's not going to happen until it's fixed, unfortunately. And I interrupted myself in my Japanese explanation, sorry. Basically, yeah. Since I have nobody to correct, I might start to get used to phrases that are not particularly correct or that are specific to characters or so. I want to try to avoid that as much as possible, and that is why Japanese is a little bit more expensive. Any Japanese coming in would be immediately, okay, you speak a little bit, but you're not fluent. Yeah, so that's for that. Again, we'll be passing the baton on to Muzu Cthulhu. He's currently fighting for his first Nuzlocke in Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green. I'm not sure exactly which version he's using. With Mankey, that might be Fire Red, if I remember that correctly. I'll be streaming more Monster Hunter next weekend as usual, and I'll be streaming, and my next stream in general will be tomorrow on Monday. I hope you all had a great time again. Thank you all very much for coming by. Please be nice, please be kind for the raid, and I think all that is left for me to say is wish all of you a great time, and until we do meet again, goodbye.